Okie dokie. Hopefully this works. It doesn't seem to be working. Why is YouTube like this? Okay, my channel. All right, here we go. Here is the live video. In glorious 144p. Perfect. Ooh. That is indeed ultra low latency. Sick. All right. Let me go ahead and share the link if you'll give me 1 minute here, and then we can get right into it. That is very low latency. All right. Live here with some more Polylithic game making action. I think that's the right link. Okie doke. Cool. All right, let me go ahead and dock the video down here. Okay, that seems good. And one more thing. Live now at Okie doke. So last time we left off, the scene didn't quite look like this. As I recall, things were a little bit darker on the ground. The reason is I'm actually experimenting with some layering stuff with HDRP. As you can see the bottom of this cylinder type thing here, even though technically the blue of the thing should be passing over it. Now, in typical Unity fashion, you would do this using a depth mask shader, but things are actually quite a bit different in HDRP. So, yeah, I didn't see anybody who'd actually figured out how to do it with HDRP, but I got it mostly working, except as you can see here, this bit of land here is a different color than the other bit. So that is one thing that I might be focusing on today, but for now I'm going to go back to the NPCs that we were working on last time. I think we were doing something with the AI. Let's see here. Something AI. Hello, David. How's it going? AI underscore or something underscore AI. What was it? Resource seeker. I think it was like item user AI. Not item user base. Restorative item use AI. Okay, that was one of the things we were working on last time. And hey, Mr. Pingu, how's it going? Okay, so last time we made it so that the NPCs were able to have like hunger and thirst, and were able to seek after resources. They're not able to gather those resources yet, though, and they're not able to use them once they've gathered. So that's the first order of business. So if I enter play mode here and spawn in some NPCs, they fall through the floor. Brilliant. Okay, now what's causing that to happen? Off to a great start as always. Oh, I think it's because I disabled the plane in order to see the aforementioned rendering order shenanigans. Yeah, here we go. Let's re-enable that, and then hopefully they don't fall through the ground anymore. But I guess I will also stick a more traditional material on those in the meantime. That's not the type of material I was after. Is there a blue material that we have? Blue medium? That seems decent. Okay. And then I'll hide these for now. Okay, now we have more of a clean slate to work with, and we can spawn in the NPCs and they work fine. So, we need to make it so that they can gather stuff. There should be something in the scene right now that is a gatherable type dealio. Resource pickup, here we go. And it has the gather interactable thing on it, but we need an AI that actually interacts with them. So, let's see if I'd created that last time. If we have an interact AI of some kind. Yeah, interacting AI. Okay. So it looks like I was using a physics overlap sphere thing in order to find it, and then seeing if that would do it. All right, so let's add that to the NPC here. Do they have interact? They do not. Okay, interacting AI. And what I want to do is do a debug.log is trying to interact here, just so I can see when it happens. And yeah, okay, that should be fine. It's going to throw some errors as well, but those errors will show that it's actually working. Once Unity is done loading. Also, if my head is ever covering any of the relevant code, go ahead and let me know. Okay, it makes the unit interact with nearby interactables. Let me just hop over here and see how this is working. Okay, to calculate the weight, it gets the first interactable that's in its range. And if that exists, then its weight is 1, otherwise it's 0. So let's see. Check radius is 2, that should be fine. So we should see this guy move towards a point over here or something. Okay. Well, something was in range for it to try using. And it is trying to interact. I think it's trying to interact with these. What happens if I move them over here? Also, the move tool works now. Is it only if I've expanded character controller that it doesn't? Okay, I don't understand. Previously, we had an issue where the character controller wouldn't actually allow movement, but whatever works. Okay, it's still trying to interact. Oh, it's interacting with itself. Okay, so the NPC is having a conversation with itself. That's fine. Okay, I guess I should have some sort of check here that makes sure that not interactable dot transform dot is child of transform. And or if it is a child of, then return or continue rather. Okay, now they can't talk with themselves. Hopefully. Howdy, how's it going? Alright. No, he still talks with himself, telling himself that he has less than 10 water. Perfect. Okay, so let's do a bit of debugging here. Okay, so if interactable.transform.is child of this transform, the interacting AIs, then it should continue on to the next iteration of the loop. So for some reason this isn't being successful. Is it being unparented? Let's check that real quick. NPC. No, it doesn't look like it's being unparented. Okay, so why is that failing? Let's do some debug.logs. Otherwise, debug.log interactable.name. Konnichiwa, how you doing, Amber? Okay, indeed it is interacting with interactive object. Let me change the name so it's a little less generic. NPC interact object. Just make sure that it is indeed the case. Yes. Okay, so why is child of, or I should have or. There we go. Simple mistake. Okay, now it should no longer be able to talk with itself. Iyo, ii ne. Whenever I hear Iyo, I think of the Iruma-kun, the Demon School anime or whatever on Crunchyroll. Okay, he's no longer talking with himself. Perfect. But if he walks into range of an interactable, he should be able to use it. So let me stick him closer to one of the... let me stick him closer to one of the tables over here. And hopefully if he wanders a little bit more that way, we'll see a menu pop up in the center of the screen. Yeah, okay, perfect. So he can now use the 3D printer on our behalf. It's not the behavior we want, but it is the expected behavior given how things are currently set up. Okay, we do have some not implemented exceptions. That's fine. So they can now interact with objects. I do want some way of specifying if it's something that they should interact with. Of course, we don't want them interacting with these things here. So what's the best way of doing this? So a quick and dirty way would be, instead of looking for a base interactable, it looks for gather interactables. And I think that might be what I just go with for now. So instead, on this interacting AI, instead of looking for base interactable, we use gather interactable, and that will prevent it from using the 3D printers and such. And instead, it will only try to use the other objects. So if I stick it close to the printer, the menu should not pop up. And indeed, the menu does not pop up. But if I stick it over here, you will see if he is able to gather stuff. And indeed, he is able to. The question is, what inventory is it going into? Inventory? I think this is only the starting item, so that doesn't represent the current state of it. Let me see if I go into debug, does that let me? Initial object. That is a bit of a gap in the capabilities of this. I would like to be able to see what item is currently contained in this just by looking in the inspector. Let's see here. Maybe. So right now I don't have a custom editor for these objects. Instead, they're just using the property drawers on the individual data fields. However, trying to think of a way that I can get it to display the current item that's in there. So items in the crafting system are represented just with IDs. So it'll have an ID of like -40 quadrillion, whatever, you know. And then if we're sticking something in like this item slot here, like if I drag this 3D printer in there, this is the item that is inserted into the internal slot as soon as the game starts. It's not what is in there while it's running, I think. If I hit play, yeah, nothing has changed. If I wanted to make it so it reflected the current state of it, I think I might need a custom editor. I'm trying to think if there's some custom attribute shenanigans. Oh, also, I reduced the latency of the stream to ultra low latency. When I tested it earlier, it was about a second and a half of latency, I would say. So let me know if that seems to be the case for you guys. I'm not sure if you can use lambdas in attributes. So what I would like to be able to do, if I hop over to the item slot component here, is at the moment these are all serialized fields, and the reason they're serialized fields instead of public is because I don't want them to be editable by other scripts, because it would not have the intended behavior, because these are just assigned on the start. So we see initial object here, and then if I hop to its uses, We can say if it's not default, then insert the item into the internal slot. What I'd like to be able to do is say something like custom runtime display, and then have it go like get the slot dot contained item or whatever, something like that, where it can get the internal item of the thing. But I don't think that lambdas are allowed in attributes. Cannot believe there's an anime called Banished from the Hero's Party. I decided I am watching that, actually. It's rather wholesome, I would say. Nice slice of life isekai when their powers combine. But if you think that's wacky, remember there's an well, not an anime, but a light novel called "Reincarnated as a Vending Machine, I Wander the Dungeon." So I don't think the lambda is the optimal approach in this case. I might just need to bite the bullet and do a custom editor. I could. I've not seen Lucky Star. I could extend the custom editor for that I'm using for poly objects, which are like as you can see here, we have like a description here, simple item slot for any use. This inspector UI right here is actually being rendered using UI toolkit instead of the traditional immediate mode GUI that most inspectors are done with. And the way that that's done is by having all of the objects inherit from a polymono, as I call it. So polyperfect mono behavior. And then anything that is marked as a polymono has this custom editor assigned to it. I could extend from that custom editor and just add on a little bit for this specific instance, but I'm not sure. The characters spend a good 5 minutes talking about food. Isn't that like the that's like the standard with anime now? And it bothers me so much because food isn't like it's not a core part of my existence. I mean, well, it is. It's food. It's freaking energy, but it always like bothers me when they'll spend a good 5 minutes talking about the texture of the type of food that I haven't heard of. It's like they're trying to sell me the food. Um, so do I make a custom editor for this, or do I just use a debug.log? I think for now I'm just going to use the debug.log approach. I can also make a custom editor for... You know what? We're going to use an even dirtier approach than that. Let's hop over to the... No. God, I can't decide. This is the hardest part of programming, is there's so many solutions to any given topic that it's hard to decide which one you want. Debug.log for the win. All right. This is the dirtiest conceivable solution you could come up with for something like this. In active update, we're going to get the item slot on one of the children. So we're going to say get component. Let me not bump my microphone constantly. In children, item slot component, var slot equals that, and then say slot dot peak var peaked equals slot dot peak, and then if not peaked dot is default, debug dot log peaked. Okay, so this is temp as heck. This is absolutely not to stay in there. This is just to make sure that they're actually gathering from the thing that they're nearby. If I hop over to console, mount 1, 2. Oh no, get it down there. Okay. 4. We're at 4. Why are we only at 4? There should be more. Clear. Okay, he's stopped interacting. Okay, here we go. 11, 12. Okay, so it's increasing over time, but there's definitely some shenanigans going on here. So I think the core of the issue is it's not stopping interacting once it has gone out of range. But we can fix that easily by using this handle deactivate thing. So this will happen once the interacting AI is no longer what it should be doing. So first of all, I need to keep track of the current interactable, or the one that is presently being used. So we'll say interactable currently interacting with, and then on activate, currently interacting with equals use, and then currently interacting with dot stop end, and interact with game object. Okay, so now we should see slightly more predictable results. Come on, wander over here, my dude. Go cheat. Here, come on. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, wait, no, that's a slot. Just grab the NPC. Here. Okay. So we gathered some stuff, walked out of range, and then stopped interacting. Perfect. Okay, so now it will only interact with one object ever, and I guess I should make doubly sure that it only interacts with one object ever. So on handle activate, we'd say if currently interacting with dot end interact with this, and then on this currently interacting with equals null. So this is going to make sure that if something goes wrong in the future, either an error is thrown or it will just handle it depending on the depending on how it happens. Okay, so they are now able to gather stuff, and then the stuff that they are gathering goes into their inventory. I do need a thing that tells them to go towards the thing that they're gathering, though. I believe we already have that, resource seek AI. So why is that not being activated right now? Right now it's stuck in wander. Resource seek AI. There's 2 resource seek AIs on it. Why are there 2 resource seek AIs? Okay, well, remove one. This resource seek AI cares about the edible category. Oh, that's why it's not seeking it, because it's not edible. It's freaking, well, it's water. I guess. Oh, that's why there was 2 on it. So we had one that seeks edibles and one that seeks drinkables. So let me undo the removal of that. Okay, yeah, relevant status is the quenchery of the object. Okay, so if it's thirsty, it should head after this. So the question is, how do we tell it that the thirsty part is what we're after, or how does it get it from that? So the previous way that we were handling this, I had started doing this, I think. Let's see here. Resource seek AI. Uh, okay, if there's any in there. Okay, so it's the tracker that takes care of that. So we're initializing the track type to ID and then determines, okay, so I've already coded all of this. That all seems hunky-dory. So now we need restorative item use AI. So they're going to want to use the water that they collect. Of course, in the future, we'll have like a container for the water. They don't want to carry the water in their pockets. But for now, that's fine. I guess we should have the ability for different inventories to hold different types. Oh, that's already in there, actually. There's a thing on... I'll hop over to the inventory here. We have inventory slot, and you can see member requirement. So we could say that it needs a drinkable or liquid category on it in order for it to be stored in that. So that's already taken care of. Okay, I want a better way of seeing what items the NPC has. Maybe if I walk up to them, it'll show me what items they have. So, there's a couple of ways that I can do it. The easiest way would be to just have their slots that they have be UGUI elements by themselves. But I think a more elegant way of doing it would be to have their inventory not be related to UGUI and instead have a constant UGUI thing that just hooks into their internal inventory. And I believe that's supported in some capacity. Need a drink real quick here. Have I seen the new BDSP world record? BDSP. What is that? Okay, so I think we're going to get a bit into Lua scripting here. I want the dialog system to be able to activate the to be able to display the NPC's inventory. I want that all to be controlled from the dialogue thing. Oh, I don't know about the newest one. I did see Worcester got it in under 40 minutes, I think. I don't know if that's the newest. Okay, so, first of all, let me publish what I have so far. He got 1717. How in the world did they skip the Team Galactic fight or whatever it is in Diamond and Pearl? Let's see here. Okay, first of all, let me... What was the previous thing? We had resource seek AI. No, it was the other one, interact AI or something. Interacting AI, and then get rid of this temporary stuff here for now. He basically skipped everything. That's that's Diamond Pearl in a nutshell. Is that like one of the shortest, like, I guess Gen 3 plus Pokemons now? Like by far? Okay, Lua extension, Lua crafting extensions. Here we go. So this is how I am interfacing with the Unity dialog system thing. Hold on, let me delete that. I could have sworn I deleted that previously. So we have register methods, try initialize, register function. Okay, so we're gonna have another function that is registered. We'll call it lua.register function. Display NPC, or I guess it's display conversant inventory. What is target? Can be null if static method. Target object containing the registered method. I might make use of that at some point. We'll say it's null for now. And then method info. Okay, just need. Okay, so we have get item quantity. I'm just gonna copy and paste this for now. This is not going to be a double. It's going to be a void. That is display conversant inventory. Like typically in new Pokemon games, you keep seeing like the new record is 4 hours and 30 minutes because, 2.5 hours of it is sitting through cutscenes where they're holding your hand and such. So it's rather incredible to see 17 minutes. Of course. I wonder how it would change if like the only thing you couldn't skip was the champion fight. So the entirety of everything was just improving your strength for the champion fight specifically. There's probably like an item duplication glitch or something you could use for what are they called? Rare eggs? Rare candies. There we go. They fixed several bugs in the latest update. Uh-oh. Does that mean they're using physical specifically, or were none of the bugs relevant for the speedrun? Surely they patched out like the menu storage and such, right? So we're going to take I don't think we're going to have any arguments for this. Or I guess we can have an argument for whether it's read writable. Bool read, or bool writable. Okay, assert that it's a valid context. And then now is where we need to do the magic. Okay, I think I need to add something new to the Lua crafting context. Okay, so right now we have the source. I should probably rename this. Make any Pokemon skinny. Make any Pokemon shiny, alright. We'll call this actor inventory. And just for giggles, let me see where that's used real quick. I guess I should have an overload for this that changes whether it uses the actor or the conversant. But I'll deal with that later. So we now need a public IEnumerable iSlot quantity item stack conversant inventory get. Okay, that looks good. Never deals with it, yeah. Okay, so we have an error somewhere here. Where's that error? Where'd the carrot go? Oh, it's over here. Why is it over here? Oh, I guess to make sure that my face doesn't block any of the relevant code, I can start working on this side of the thing. Probably also looks better with the angle that my head is looking. Okay, new Lua crafting context, arg0. So that's begin interact. Handle begin interact, game object arg0, game object conversant, actor. Okay, but instead of actor, we want conversant. As much as I hate object-oriented programming, it's always kind of fun just kicking the can down the road until the can no longer exists. That's what I feel like this is, all right, we need to do this here. Where's the next error? Oh, this. All right, we'll pass that responsibility down a bit more, and then eventually the responsibility just disappears. On begin interact. Add listener. It'll begin interact. We'll have that be actor, and then it's actor and this game object. Okay, that seems legit. You like oop? Oopsies. That's a mistake. I used to like oop a lot, but then I was introduced to data-oriented design. So it's not data-oriented programming, I guess. It's data-oriented design. So yeah, dots is kind of weird like that. But using object-oriented programming, I always find myself like I want to avoid copy pasting code. And so I end up creating these tons of abstractions. And then when I come back to the code at some later time, I realize that it takes so much effort to remember where all of those abstractions are and what all those uses are. And then if you want to figure out how something is working specifically, you have to delve into the implementations, 10 layers deep through all the abstractions. Whereas in like ECS and such, it's like, okay, this does this. I can see that because it does it right here, and because it needs to get really low level right down to the data, there's no abstractions to go through. Join the dark side. I was on the dark side for a long time until I saw the light. Okay, on use actor.transform. So Okay, conversation trigger should automatically set who the conversant is, I assume. So I think we've kicked the can far enough. Is that the end of the can kicking? I think that's the end of the can kicking. All right. So for now, for display conversant inventory, all I'm going to do is look at the context dot conversant inventory. Let's see, for each var item and context.conversant inventory, and then I'll just debug.log them. Debug.log item.peak. I guess we'll want world context dot world dot name. How does this work? Oh wait, is this what type is world? It's an item world. Okay, so I can't get the name directly. So for now, I will just look at the item's contents. Like classes? Classes are cool. They're not good for the computer though. But yeah, at the level that Unity does object-oriented stuff by default, it's kind of it's not really OOP. It's just a convenient abstraction of the script. So when a lot of people start out using Unity, the way that they use mono behaviors is they say, okay, I need a helicopter here. And so, okay, what does the helicopter need to do? The helicopter needs to have its blade spin. It needs to be able to tilt in various directions. It needs to have weapons that it can fire. It needs to go into landing mode and stuff like that. And they'll put all of those things into the one mono behavior. But as you get more accustomed to working with Unity, then you'll try to divide it into more more divided components. Single responsibility principle. Each thing should do exactly one thing. So you'll have a simple rotation component that will make the rotors spin, and then you'll have a generic weapon firing thing that is used for the weapons on the thing. But there's kind of a limit. You can't go too much farther than that with traditional Unity structure, because the mono behavior is like the smallest level that you can go down into. So if you want some reusable tiny bit of behavior, you now need to make your mono behavior more complicated to take in some other little tidbit from some other thing, and then it gets very messy at that point, because instead of using Unity's good parts, what it's built to do, you're now trying to shoehorn in your other stuff. And while the shoehorned stuff is technically better design, it doesn't work well with Unity's thing. I forget what my point is, but with ECS and such, there's so this is going to sound kind of weird, but there's nothing that the editor is particularly good at. You handle it all in code. So you don't need to make that decision anymore. It's just structure things in the best way possible. I know that's a really stupid way of approaching it, but too bad, just make it work, yeah. So, but the also other unfortunate thing about mono behaviors is the best designed approach is also the least performant. So the more that you break stuff up in an object-oriented fashion, the worse performing it gets. And to contrast with that, the more that you break it up in general with ECS, the more performant it becomes. So it now becomes that the the most versatile approach is also the most performant approach, which is very nice. Or it will be like that in the next entities revision. At the moment, there is some overhead for systems and such. Okay, so now I should have the ability to... Well, not quite yet. Let's see here. I don't know what this is. Apparently, I figured it out last time. We'll say it's a func of bool. Or I can probably just do action bool. Display conversant inventory. Okay, what is your major malfunction? Not assignable to method info. Oh, I need the dot method. Okay, cool. So now within the Unity dialog system thing, I should be able to write display conversant inventory, and then once it gets to that point, it should print out all of the items in the character's inventory. So let me save before I enter an infinite loop by accident. All compiler errors need to be fixed. Okay, var context equals source. I guess we can just say null for now. Call this dest and dest. What is... Okie doke. I guess I should pop out the test runner just to make sure that everything is working fine. It's not entirely necessary though. Okay, so it's been a week or two. How do I use this dialog system? Tools, pixel crushers, dialog system, dialog editor. That seems like it could be correct. Unity. Unity. Okay, the window is frozen. We'll try again. Dialog editor. Okay, here we go. Okay, select a dialog database. Dialog database. Okay, test database. It's not letting me. Okay, there we go. So conversations, new conversation 1. So this is the simple thing. If I go and talk to the character, it'll tell me if I have at least 10 water. We have another conversation. And this one I'm going to test the new thing with. So how do I do this? I think it's like Lua and then parentheses get conversant inventory. Was that what I called it? And then closing square bracket. I think that's about how it works. Let me make sure that that was the right name though. Display conversant inventory. So right now it doesn't actually do any displaying. Instead it's just going to debug.log them. Okay, so I want to make sure that he gets at least one item. Come on, walk this way. Oh, whatever. Hopefully it'll at least show an empty inventory thing. Console. Oh, I forgot to change his dialogue. Okay, so NPC, dialog system trigger. Start conversation, conversation 2. Let me get rid of these debug.logs here. Okay, if I talk to you, code has syntax errors. Line 2, failed to parse expression of group expression. The heck does that mean? Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I need another closing parenthesis, I think. No, he's hiding. I can't talk to him. Come on. Get out from behind there. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Okay. Parameter specified does not match. That's because I made it a bool thing. Writable is false. Okay. Okay, ID 0, amount 0. Okay. Time to implement cameras. Yeah, maybe I should have the camera follow the player around. What do you guys think? Is that a good thing to do today? No reference exception. Okay, I don't think that's relevant to any of my code. Yeah, it's some visual scripting shenanigans. Okay, so we at least now have Lua access to the inventory. For right now, it doesn't display it visually, but that's just all I need to be able to confirm their current inventory. Make it so you can rotate the camera. Yeah. I don't know if I'll actually make it rotatable, but at least follow the character I can do. Hold on. Walk over here so you can get some items, my dude. All right, let me just start him in range of the thing. Also, does anybody know how to make it so that for a particular prefab, it always selects the top layer? Like it happens so often. Like I click there and it selects the model instead of the prefab itself, and that's so obnoxious. I've been using Unity 12 years and I have no idea how to stop that, other than manually going in and hitting the do not select things here. All right, so let's start off getting some water. All right, and indeed we do have access to his inventory. Perfect. So we can now at least check what their inventory has. Just deal with it. GDQ, deal with it. Um, I guess instead of debug.logging the character's inventory, I could have it at least display in the text. That might be helpful for the future. So I guess we could do that as a separate function. So Lua crafting extensions. Um, so this is going to require getting the names of all of the items. So I'll need to do something in that regard. What should I call it though? List conversant items. list conversant inventory. And then I'll probably just use a string builder for this. Var sb equals new string builder. Excuse me. We'll say var peaked equals item.peak. Then if peaked.isDefault, continue. It's probably going to tell me I can convert part of that to link because I can do .where not is default, etc. Then I can say sb dot append line and give it the name of the item. So question is, how do I get the name data? Because right now that's not available through the item world thing. I could just add it to that interface. Though I do want it to be a little more versatile than that. But it should be fine for now. So we'll go item world. And we're going to have public string get name runtime ID. Okay, and this is going to return names ID. Okay, that should be fine. And now I can do sb.append line context.world.getName for peaked.id. Yeah, that seems pretty legit. And then I can return sb.toString. All right, so make sure we have a valid context, make a new string builder for each of the items in the conversant inventory. Check if the slot has anything in it, and if it does, get the name of the item and stick it on the end of the string that we return. So I think that's good. I can also write a quick test for this as well. Where... Oh wait, there's still an error. I didn't implement it in simple item world. Okay, so simple item world needs to implement that particular thing. And to do that, we have add item, runtime ID. We'll add in a string name. And then a read-only dictionary, runtime ID, string, name lookup equals new that. Use target type to new, my new favorite thing. This is Rider, not Visual Studio. Let me zoom in a bit so you guys can see the code a bit better too. Okay, now if I hop back to where we were previously, we no longer have any errors. But I do need to actually implement the thing that I just created. So we will say return name lookup ID. And right here we need to say name lookup item equals name. I should probably add it for the other things as well. So yeah, string name lookup category equals name. And then I need to fix these in the unit tests. Probably? Or I guess these aren't being called at all. So why aren't they being called though? That seems a little sus to me. Where is my testing? Lua extensions testing. Do I not have a simple item world here? Or I think I have the world, but I didn't need to do anything with it. Yeah. Okay. So now instead of display conversant inventory, I'm going to say Lua, or my items are, and then Lua, I called it list conversant items. But I need to make sure that I have changed the signatures. List conversant inventory. This is just going to be an action, not an action bool. Why was it not saying that writable was off? Whatever. Okay, what's wrong with this? Expected a method with oh, I need a func string, not an action. Now I should be able to talk to them and get all of the items that they have on their person. So I should be able to ask him through an exception, try to invoke a function call on non-function value list conversant items. I don't know, it looks weird to me. List conversant items. Okay, I'm seeing double for some reason. Oh, it's list conversant inventory, not items. Okay, so now in play mode, tried to invoke a function. List conversant inventory. Oh, I think I need to do return that. Is that what I need to do? No? Okay, how did I do this previously? Let's check the other conversation. Lua, get item quantity. That seems fine. I don't need the return statement though. List conversant inventory. All right. Okay, something about this is being registered incorrectly. List conversant inventory. Oof, Lua. Wow, it's been a long time, Jordan. How you doing? Yeah, so the Lua stuff is specifically for the dialogue system. So I'm using C# to add in some like hooks. So Lua is used by Unity dialogue system, which isn't put out by Unity. It's put out by Pixel Crushers. And I'm trying to make it so that when creating like nodes in this dialogue tree here, it is possible to access, you know, like the player's inventory and items and such. But for some reason, I'm getting a weird error. Well, it's not a weird error. It's an expected error if I suck at spelling stuff. Okay, list. You know what? I'm just going to retype it in case I can't read for crap. Conversant inventory. Okie doke. Returns a string. That all seems hunky-dory. Maybe it's domain reload shenanigans? That could be the case. But if that is the case, then saving it here will fix it. Nope. Tried to invoke a function. Oh my god. Is it registered with Lua? Indeed it is registered with Lua. Lua list conversant inventory. You know what? Let's write a unit test for it. So let's see here. Lua extensions testing. All right, we will copy this one. Lua inventory testing. Result equals lua.run. Return list conversant inventory. Oh, can't see the code here. Let me zoom in a little bit. But now it's behind my head. Let me let me move it over here. Okay, Lua extensions testing. Okay, so we have the C# here, and then we're running Lua within C#. And that should be fine. I think that's how I'm doing it up here. And then assert is true. Result equals, hold on, dest. We need to add new item stack slot. I need a reference to the item stack slot. Okay, and then in that item stack slot, we're going to insert completely a new item, but I need a reference to this item and need to register it with the world. So we're going to say var item equals new runtime ID or runtime ID.random, and then world dot add item my item. All right. God, I think last time we talked, we might have been playing, I don't know, was it Tekkit in Minecraft? Insert completely new item stack. Gonna take item ID and then put in 2. And then what am I expecting? I'm expecting assert.isTrue result got contains, or result dot as string dot contains new item stack item 2 dot toString. And I no longer need the name lookup. Oh wait, the Lua crafting context has a name lookup. I'm such an idiot. I didn't need to add in that overload. Ah, well, it's fine. That's probably the item world's responsibility anyways. Okay, whatever. We'll nuke that and then remove the name lookup from the Lua crafting context. I think that's the better way of handling it anyways. Or wait, that's name to ID lookup, not ID to name. I'm gonna keep it there for now. So the reason that I need a name to ID lookup is so that in the Lua script I can say get the current amount of iron, and then it will translate that iron text into the actual ID that ends up getting used by the system. Okay, now we run the test and see how it fares. How many red lights we end up lighting up. Once it finishes compiling. Okay, here we go. How do I do this again? Is it general? Yeah, test runner. Here we go. All right, dock it over here. And okay, don't need that one. You know what? Run them all. Okay, inventory testing did indeed not return the correct value. Okay, so let's see here. See if I can debug.log result.as string. And see if that actually does pop up. Oh, I'm just debugging the name, not the amount. Okay. So in that case, we'll say world.getName. Okay, so the test passes, but it doesn't work in play mode. Why wouldn't it work in play mode? Is this all because of just a spelling mistake or something? Hold on. We're gonna bring out the big guns, and by big guns I mean copy and paste. I don't think I saw anything change. Nope, it was a freaking spelling error. I retyped it so many times. Hold on. Conversant inventory. Dude, I swear I went over that like 10 times. It's all right. Now we have unit tests for our object here. But why isn't the dialog popping up? That's a little sus. Let's create a new conversation node. My items are that. It's trying to interact. Okay. We'll just say goodbye. He just starts out saying goodbye. Uh, I don't understand why he would not say the first one here. Okay, let's just say hello. Let's see what happens. No, he just starts off saying goodbye. What a jerk. Uh, okay, why? Why? This seems to be the default node. Did I bork something? Conditions block, hold on. I might have done experimenting at a different time with this. This is the start entry. In most cases, you should leave this entry alone and begin your conversation with the child entries. Okay, well, create node. Make link to that. How do I make this the start? All right, well, whatever. We will just delete that, and then in this one, use that. Okay, what about now? My items are water. Okay, finally. I guess I should trim the result, though. So to do that, Lua extensions. And then in the returned value from this .toString.trim, I know that's probably going to trigger some people for excess garbage collection, but I'm fine with it for now. Who am I kidding? It's Lua. I don't need to worry about minor optimizations like that if we're using freaking Lua. Okay, now we shouldn't have a new line. My items are water. All right, perfect. Okay, so right now he doesn't have enough inventory space to hold more than just the water. Let me see real quick. If I say Zera requires, I swear there was a setting that I made that was like requires transferable to be accepting or something like that. Extract queue. Oh, I think it's on the, no? Okay, let me check real quickly. So this script is gather interactable. I think there's a transfer over time class that is used at some point. What is this? Typo interactor. Does it want interactor? I don't get it. Okay. Transfer dot requires. Okay, what is it? Destination. Only drain if transferable. Equals true. My items are water. Okay, so he doesn't have enough inventory space for other things. But if I go over and add additional inventory space by just duplicating the slots, he should have enough space for other items as well. Nope, come back over here. You need to gather some stuff. Nope, stop walking away from the water. Oh my god. Will you kindly walk in this general direction? Okay, you need to walk a bit farther than that. Let's see here. Why is he not stopping? Oh, wait a minute. I get it. Okay, so in the interact AI, right now the condition of it continuing is if any interactable is currently in range. So it can start interacting with one gatherable thing, and as long as there continues to be one in range, even if it walks far away from the starting one, it will keep interacting with that starting one. So once it has been interacted with, instead of this returning the physics shenanigans, we'll say if currently interacting with, return currently interacting with. And I guess, okay, how's the best way of getting it to stop interacting with that? So at the moment, what triggers the deactivation is this code not returning anything. So if it returns null, then that means it's there's nothing interactable in range, and that's when it should stop interacting. So I want this return value to be null if it is now out of range of the other thing. So I guess I should probably iterate over this list twice. And if currently interacting with is contained within that, then return currently interacting with. Otherwise, okay, this could introduce a frame delay. This is inelegant, but I think it's the best course of action. So we're going to say if currently interacting with, and then we're going to have a split. This is actually going to be the else part. If is going to have a slightly different one. Okay, this is an inelegant way of approaching this, but I think incidentally it's going to cover all of the corner cases. So if currently interacting with the interactable equals that, and then or I guess I don't need that. It'll just fall through to the external one. If interactable equals currently interacting with, return currently interacting with. I think that should be all that's necessary. So if we're already interacting with something, and one of the things in range happens to be the one that we're already interacting with, then continue interacting with it. Otherwise, fall through and say that there's nothing in range, after which on the next frame it will reactivate, but with a different interacting object. That seems legit. And then this also opens the possibility for manually stopping interaction through other AI or such. Okay, let's see. Okay, he doesn't have enough inventory space to get all of the stuff from the magma ore. Um, but he should have a number of things if I go and talk to him. Carbon, silicon, and scandium. Nice. All right, so now have multiple inventory space, and they can gather various things. I do want to make sure that what we just did has an effect, though. Okay, walk this way. No, wrong way. Oh my god. Okay, cool. So if I move him over here, okay, right now he's trying to interact with this, but he can't. But if he goes that way, all right, cool. So at least everything that was intended to fix has been fixed. All right, yeah, that seems legit. Okay. So next order of business. Um, so they still can't use items that they've grabbed, but we have the ability to check what items that they have through the dialog system. Uh, Maybe I'll add in WASD controls for the player now, just to make moving around a little bit easier and have the camera follow them. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll do WASD controls and see what happens from there. So BRB. Perfect timing, HC Orion. Hold on, I've got a bit of cramp in my shoulder. 1 second. Goodness, I don't know what I did. Oof. That is rough. Jesus, what did I do? Well, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Yes. I'm pretty sure the root of it is my shoulder blades, but it's radiating into my neck. You know, I'm actually gonna do some stretches. 1 minute. All right, well, I've got a neck pillow here that I can just see if I can put some pressure on it. Geez, I haven't felt one quite like this before. That really sucks. All right. Where was I? Ah, yes. Doing WASD movement. Okay, so at the moment, if I head into play mode, you can see it's mostly a point and click type thing. And naturally, it's using a nav mesh agent, so if I click over here, it'll run around the object. And I still want that point and click functionality to be in, but I also want to be able to use WASD controls. So how am I going to go about that? So part of the AI in the low poly war pack is it kind of abstracts away this either direct movement versus nav mesh driven movement. It's like called tilt towards position or something. Find the player here. Tilt towards position. Input generates inputs that tilt towards a particular position. Okay. I'm not sure if that is the most applicable for the current setup of the system here. Maybe I want to. So this scene right now is just the demo scene from the Polyperfect crafting pack. It might be time to move away from the built-in stuff, maybe. This game is a Paleolithic era survival game. As I had just mentioned, you see a spaceship here. That's a little bit outside of the Paleolithic era, and that's just because this is a demo scene for the thing. This isn't an actual scene that'll be in the game. Thus, the debug things that I'm messing around with here. And there will be a decent focus on NPC interactions, which is why I'm using such robust AI systems instead of just, oh, well, we need them to gather materials. Let me just make one script that'll handle that specific thing. Because it needs to be able to work in conjunction with a bunch of other things at the same time. And of course, in Unity, coding anything is easy, but coding a bunch of things to all work with each other, that's where the difficulty comes in. And that's why I spend so long thinking about stuff, because I'm considering all of the things down the road that could, potentially cause issues. Depending on which version of Paleolithic history you follow, yep, we could have a ancient Sheikah technology era. Thus the blue and the orange, of course. So, do I ditch the nav mesh approach? Okay, I think I might ditch the nav mesh now to make sure I don't mess up anything in the original prefab. I'm going to unpack it. And then remove the nav mesh agent. Commandable player depends on it. Okay, it's time to remove the commandable player as well. Hold on. Prefab unpack. Okay. Now I can actually remove the stuff. So we have agent to animator, requires nav mesh agent. What? Okay, I don't need that either. And should be able to remove that now. Okay. So now we have just a basic character. And I want to be able to move them with WASD. For now, I can probably just use the built-in character controller. And we need some WASD movement for that. So let's go ahead and code that now. So I don't want this in the AI folder. Hold on. Let's see your code. We'll just stick it in this folder. So we'll have public class player control, mono behavior, and stick it in its own file. And void update, and we'll do stuff with things here. Let me zoom in so you guys can see. So we need a couple of things. First, we'll have a public float move speed, and I don't know, 5 meters per second. Then we don't need to hold the velocity. We do require a character controller though. Our component type of character controller, and then character controller, and initialize that from start. And now just need to move it via WASD, var intended movement equals new vector 3. And we're coming to a crossroads. Do we use the old input system or the new input system? What do you guys think? A couple streams ago, we had a bit of fun. Is that the word? Using the new input system. For now, I'm not sure I want to deal with that. I'm just going to use the old input system. So we'll say New input system. Oh no. Okay, let's instead of using all the abstractions and such, I will just create a an easy way of doing it. So we'll say public, or rather serialize field input action was input, or we'll call this directional input, and then intended movement equals well, we'll call this var input equals directional input dot read value vector 2, and var intended movement equals new vector 3. Yeah, so the big issue the previous times the previous time that I used it, making the Metroidvania thing, was that there was that invisible setting that like took me 2 hours to discover, and that's when you're creating the input map, you have a device requirement, and like you can't see that device requirement everywhere, or at least I was never able to find it. It's only visible at the time of creation. And so I just had to go back and create a new asset with that thing set, and then it just worked. But we'll say equals input dot x ref input dot y times move speed controller dot move intended movement. We'll say intended movement plus equals, or I need to use that project on plane shenaniganry. Intended movement var gravity equals, or controller dot velocity. We'll say vector 3 dot project controller dot velocity on physics dot gravity dot normalized, and then velocity plus equals physics dot gravity times time dot delta time, movement plus equal, or plus equals velocity intended movement times time dot delta time. Okay, so we should have a just bare bones functioning character controller now. Oh, my shoulder. If I hop over to the character and say player controller, that is nothing that I just had. Hold on. Okay, I just called it player control. Oh, and it looks like it added a rigid body. Get rid of that before it causes issues. We'll add up, down, left, right composite. That sounds good. Listen. So in the future, we'll probably make it use the full power of the input system. Polyperfect is a company that makes assets on the Unity Asset Store. I've been working with them for about a year now. Or we rather, still taking a bit of getting used to, create in general low poly assets and such, and they're pretty good. IMHO. Okay, so let me save before Unity crashes from an infinite loop. and then see if I can move the character around. Of course not. There's because I didn't enable this. That was another thing we learned last time. We'll say directional input dot enable, and then there was some other errors that popped up. There's no player with attached command of a player in the scene, which is necessary. Okay, that was a fail-safe that I made for these things. How long did it take you to understand how character movement works from memory? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. If you mean how long it took me to like grasp how to move with a character controller, I think that was one of the first things that I learned. Yeah, I would say so. I think one of the first like tutorials that I did was on like a third person character system from 3D Buzz. Or no, I guess that was a few years in. I already knew the majority of that then. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Okay, so if I hit play, can I move the character? Yes, I can move the character. Okay, now they're back to normal. I'm not sure why they flew up in the air. Interesting. Okay, gravity doesn't seem to be working though. I assume that's just because the character controller position is borked. Let me find the character here. Also, I've been wondering this for a while. Why is the character invisible in edit mode here? I actually have no idea. Is the armature like scaled to 0 or what's going on here? Oh, whatever. Okay, character controller. I guess I need gizmos. This gizmos. Radius 0.5 height. All right, we'll enter play mode and see what happens. Why does why does the character do that? Uh hmm. So I think this is like some pen and kiosk thing. Right now he's building up speed, and the longer I let him build it up, the faster he's going. And then eventually I can press a button and unleash the speed. So I think it's the velocity that is getting borked here. So velocity plus equals gravity times delta time, intended movement plus equals velocity, moved by the intended movement times time dot delta time. Velocity equals project that on that. Seems good. I work with wedding development. Web? Yeah, in that case, I'd imagine there isn't too much math, more object-oriented shenanigans. But really, why is his velocity increasing over time? If I just do a quick debug.log, I suspect it could be because he's partially penetrating the surface. So we'll just debug.log the velocity right here. And this should give us just the y component, or at least the velocity in the direction of gravity. Yeah. we're gonna make the entire game use fixed point stuff so that we can wrap around easily. No, it looks like the velocity is 0, and yet and yet that. Okay, so what's the point at which it decides to unleash its built-up speed? Null reference exception. Okay, that doesn't seem to be related. Okay, over a single frame, it just decides, okay, away we go. Uh, Okay, I think I know what's happening. I believe it is inside the ground a little bit, and then there's a correcting force that is added by Unity, and then my script makes it maintain that velocity. So what happens if I move the character up a little bit? Does that problem go away? Yeah, that problem goes away. Okay, so it's just some shenanigans with the skin width and such. Let me remove that debug very quick. So that is not a problem at the moment. I'll probably want to add in some code to make sure it follows the surface of the ground, but that's not necessary at the moment. Instead, I want to be able to interact with objects by getting near them. So at the moment, you can hover over objects and then their name pops up and such. But instead, I want it to pop up when I get near them, and then I can press a button and interact with that particular object, and then change it with by moving the mouse over them. Yeah, that seems legit. From University of Hyrule. That's where I studied as well. Speaking of Hyrule, where's my lo-fi Zelda beats? 1 second. There we go. But I specifically, basically, exclusively work with Unity. I've been working with it for 12 years or so now. Okay, so we now have character movement. Although, why isn't gravity working? That's a good question. So we project the controller dot velocity onto the gravity normal. Add the gravity times delta time, so that's the derivative of gravity. Add that to the intended movement, and then multiply that by delta time. Is this just gonna change if I do fixed update? I feel like we did this exact thing previously. Null reference exception. And now WASD doesn't work. Why is suddenly nothing working? Did I... Okay, my Unity seniority is being stripped away from me. I'm losing my developer's license the further time goes on. Why isn't this working? Java is just worse C#. Oh, I'm glad you could tune in. Dude, I don't understand. Why isn't this working? No, really. Hold on. If I go back to normal update, does it start working again? Oh my god, how much of my like this stuff doesn't happen if I'm not streaming. Everything just works perfectly every time, I swear. Okay, maybe not every time, but certainly a lot more than this. Okay, yeah. Why does it only bork in fixed update? Hello? Wait, does Does read value not work in fixed update? Are we already getting screwed over by the new input system? Is that how this is working? Let's see here. Debug.log input and put it in fixed update. Well, there is that phrase, why do all Java programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see sharp. All right, let's see if the input was... Yeah, okay, new input system just doesn't register in fixed update. Thanks, Unity, very cool. Okay, so we need to do it a more obnoxious way. Dot performed plus equals handle input performed. But create method. We'll say vector2 current input. Current input equals obj dot read value vector2 Victor locked in. Lua, by my understanding, is just an interpreted scripting language. So yeah. So in this case, Lua is being used in the dialog system, and that lets you write short expressions in the dialog to like check how much items are in the character's inventory, or do various mathematical expressions. So I just think it's just a convenient, uniform, or standardized way of doing short scripting stuff. So I think Lua was actually, might have been technically the first programming language I ever used, or maybe second after C++. But there's this game called Aquaria, which was it was the game that inspired me to get into indie game development, and it had built-in modding capabilities, and the language that it used was Lua. Although I couldn't figure out how to do anything with it at the time. Like the most code that I wrote myself, I think, was like 5 lines. Okay, so now instead of reading the value here, we use the performed thing, and hopefully performed fires even if it's 0. Like maybe performed fires on release, we'll see. Equals current input. Genshin Impact's gameplay behaviors are written in Lua. What? I haven't played Genshin Impact yet. I have it installed, but... Okay, so can confirm it does not fire on being performed. So I guess at the end of fixed update, we'll say current input equals default. I can't help but imagine that there's a more elegant way of doing this. I think there's a canceled thing, and I wonder if that would... We'll just try this. Current input equals default here instead of the inelegant way from below. Some argument, we'll call argument X. Do you give Lua code the information of the C# program? So I'm not giving the Lua code the information. Instead, the Lua code is calling into C# scripts. So here I have Lua crafting extensions, and you can see right here Lua.register function, and then it takes in a delegate. So as soon as it comes across this, well, let me zoom in a bit. So this is the Unity dialog system. It's a third-party thing that I'm using in this project. And it lets you register these things so that you can use them when you're writing the dialog stuff. So in this case, if it detects a Lua function, then it will call this method here, and then this code runs in C#. So it's just the initial call that is run through Lua. So that they can just send out a Lua code patch. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder if they're using the same dialog system, because this dialog system supports quests and such. Unsure. Well, I wouldn't say that the Lua is actively aware of the C# code. It's a callback that is registered in Lua. It doesn't really care what the source language is, I guess. I'm not sure of the exact implementation details of it, but... So if I didn't have this register function thing here, then it would have no idea what any of this was. So yeah, I guess you could say it just sits in the background. So as you can see here, I have this, it might be too small to see on the screen, but I have this dialog text that says, my items are, opening bracket, Lua, list conversant inventory, ending parentheses and bracket. And that makes it so that it types out my items are, and then it lists out their items in text form. So if I go over to the, or I guess I can't really talk to the player anymore, can I? Yeah, because I removed all those scripts. But previously, if I were to click on him, the character would walk over and then it would say, my items are these. And we did that earlier in the stream. Yeah, you could think of it that way. I think that, yeah. Okay, so let me see if the canceled thing works. Yeah, okay, there we go. So that is a rather verbose way of handling the inputs, having performed and canceled. As a matter of fact, can I just inline this? Yeah, okay, that's a little better. Can I replace this with an underscore? Discard parameter? Nice. But this one line here that you need, the .enable thing, has bodied me so many times. Every single time I use the new input system, I get bodied by that somehow. So this particular implementation of Lua has like 3 different types that you can return. You can return a double, just a decimal point number, a string, or there's one other value that you can stick in it. Hold on. If I say, oh, bools, I think are the other one. So string, double, and bool. Yeah, see, I tried using the player input component in the Metroidvania that I was using a few weeks ago, but no matter what I did, it just didn't work. Presumably because of the aforementioned thing where upon creation of the item, you needed to have a required device set, and that just didn't work for the automatically created thing created using the player input component. So let me just, let's try it real quick. Let's try it out. Let's give it a shot. Player input. Okay, so we had create actions thing, and then I will say my input actions. Okay, so it had these things, and none of these actually seemed to work at all. And I also couldn't figure out how to reference these from code. I guess there was that. There used to be an option that was like generate classes or something. Like it would generate C# classes, so you wouldn't have to indirectly do stuff. And then the way that I had tried to do it was instead of send messages, I had invoke Unity events, and then from here, in like move callback, I added a thing here, and these would just never get fired for any reason. And it seems like the reason might have been that the input actions here were just set up incorrectly. So if I create a new, new action map. No. Let's see here. Add control scheme. Okay, so right here where it has requirements, leaving this blank seemed to make it so that nothing ever functioned at all for any reason. But as soon as you add in like keyboard here, then it starts working. But it seemed like the default stuff that it creates you with here just doesn't have that hooked up. Yeah, go ahead and post it and I'll look at it later. But yeah, I was trying to use this for a good 2 hours until I just discovered that thing that I just showed where you have to set the required device. And I never would have found it if not for a Unity forum post on the topic of people having the same issue as me. Okay, but in any case, now we can move around. Hopefully I didn't break it. Yeah, okay. So we can move around, but why isn't gravity working? That is the question. So we have, wait, maybe gravity is actually just broken in the scene. Project settings. Where's project? There we go. Lab physics. Okay, gravity seems normal. So there's some error in my very simple code that is making this not work. So I'm adding the gravity times time.delta time. Hold on. Oh, gravity is working. It's just standing super high above the surface because of the stupidity that I mentioned earlier that I never actually corrected for. God, what a waste of time. Okay, so now we should stand on the ground. Okay, perfect. Nice. All right, so we can now move around. I'll deal with animations and stuff later. The next order of business I want to attend to, though, is to make it so that it detects interactables in range and lets me interact with them if necessary. So let's create a new script to that end. Let's say public class player interacting on a behavior. And after I zoom in a bit for you guys, we'll have a public float interact range. Set that to maybe 2 meters. So in addition to just interacting with the things, I want it to be able to display the object highlighting things. Like when I mouse over them right now, it shows like the cursor and such. And I want that to be able to happen as well. So that they can tell what item will be interacted with when they click the button or press the button. I'll deal with that when I deal with that. So we have a, for now we'll have another public input action. Or if you've already posted the particular programming thing, let me check it out real quick. Okay, input mapping equals. Oh, you're generating the input mapping programmatically, or Input action, read value. I get the GUID from the debug.log warning. Okay, that's an interesting approach. I'm not sure if that's ideal. Or, all right, context.action.id. So, do you know where the old generate C# classes option went? So, it used to be in these things here. There was an option that is like generate C# classes. But I don't know where that is now. It used to be like a tick box up here. But it doesn't seem to exist anymore, unless it just works. I can't imagine that it just works if I say, wait, what was it called? Let's just try void update player. No, nothing with player actions? No. Doesn't seem like that's the way of doing it. Generate C# option is in the asset. Okay. All right. Once this reloads. Oh, here we go. Generate C# class. All right. Ah, let me namespace. All right, so we'll say, okay, I think the player input thing also handles automatically enabling all of the controls. Let me check your snippet again. Okay, I think I might. So I remember there being some shenanigans where you need to instantiate that particular input asset. Let's see here, polylithic.input. Why did the name not pop up? My input. My input actions. Assets my input actions.cs. Oh, I need to stick it in so that it's in the right what do you call it? Assembly definition. Okay, well, I'll see if I can get it to work then. Because the new input system really is an enigma. I need to make sure that I understand how it works. Make sure I have nuked the old one. Okay, so we should see my input thing here, my input actions. Okay, now it should be available within this assembly. Polylithic. What? Dot input. No, it's still not available. My input actions. Okay. Why did that not work? Polylithic. I didn't misspell it. Whatever. Okay, so dot player actions. Okay, how does this work? Let's try starting something. Let's say var inst equals new my input actions dot what? Dot player actions. Okay, inst dot enable. Is that how this works? Then we can say inputs, and then inputs dot move dot register dot performed plus equals event goes into debug dot log was performed. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, new input system is truly a choose your own adventure system. Or I guess I could say asset based was performed. And then on the player interacting. Okay, is trying to interact. Okay, not getting anything. There's some my input actions wrapper. So clearly we're missing something. Or the move is just not working because reasons. Okay, let's add in a printer thing. Printer, and then player input, and we'll have a invoke Unity events. Give it the my input actions player move printer dot print. We'll print an error. Vision mailed. Okay. So we'll see if this is even working at all how it's supposed to. Okay, fission mailed. Excellent. So it's working in this project. Why wasn't it working in the Metroid one? Maybe it's because I generated the C# classes? Well, in any case, so the player input somehow instantiates the stuff. Maybe I can get the player input component and grab the thing from that. So if I say var pi equals var pi equals get component player input, hi dot. Okay, I'm not sure I want to access the actions directly. Okay, what if I say var actions equals that dot actions as my input actions dot player actions? Is this a struct? No. Direct cast. Okay. No? You're still gonna yell at me? Type player actions. Dot actions dot action maps dot first dot actions dot first. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, what happens if I say hi? Okay, actions dot. Okay, so that seems. Is this how you would want to do it? What is the type safe way of doing this? Just to be sure, yeah. As my input actions dot player actions. No, direct cast. So I don't understand why this wouldn't work. Input action to player actions. Can I do this directly? No. User actions dot first. No, why is this system set up so weird? Oh my god. I just want a type safe way of getting the inputs. All right, we're going to Google. Let's see here. Unity new input system. Let's see here. Look at vector 2 gamepad.current. No, I don't want to do that. Using the action editor. Oof. This is okay. Public input action. Those. No, that's not what I want. I want the better way. Okay, yes, I know how to do this. Gameplay actions. Do they really want you to access it by freaking string? Creating an action in code? No, I don't want that. Where is the generate C# class section? Like, I swear this thing was supposed to be really easy when they first showed it. But none of this makes sense. Unity, new input system, generate C# class. Surely they have a demo on the forums or in the docs. How do I? Control F, generate. Unity generates a wrapper class for you. Yeah, that's how I tried it. Hold on. Or wait, do I need to do this? Inputs.enable. Okay, what's wrong with this? Inputs dot. Oh, hold on. Map? What's it called? It's called all right, I think I've made progress. Hold on. Remember your old friend Goods have always got your back. Okay, am I looking for dot player? Yes. Okay, we did it. We did it. Okay. So it was me being a little stupid. Okay, so now the question is, will it work? All right, store this, get rid of player input and printer. Asset based was performed. We did it. Okay, so that was the whole confusion. So we have this class here that is generated, but you need to get the input like collection first and then the input thing from that. So the input part represents, no, wrong thing. The input part represents the entirety of this thing right here, and then we do dot player, which corresponds to this, and then dot move, which corresponds to that. Okay. We are engaging in the art of learning. Very slowly, but engaging in it nonetheless. Okay, so now we have that. We can say we want a interact thing. So let's open up this. How to use the generated C# class like you did in multiple local users. What do you mean? So I don't see why you couldn't just create a new instance of it. I mean, honestly, I don't understand why they have you create an instance to begin with. When their data is all specified. Oh, I guess you could give it like I don't know if you can set like the controller that it gets it from. Dot devices. So presumably you could somehow set the device that it pulls from here. Yeah, they would share the same inputs. Do you mean what I'm talking about now, where you could set the device that gets it from? Hold on, is there a... Presumably there's some way of getting a device here. So that's why I guess they have you create a new instance of the class rather than having a static one. But to Google, let's see here. Hold on, device. Wait for an input on any device. Every single device. Create a device. Input system.add device. Report available device, input device description, create my own custom devices. That looks like JSON. Wanted to use build an existing using JSON. Register template. Okay, I'm not sure how you would access that from here. Inputs.devices. So this is a read-only array. I don't know what read-only array is. Clearly it's not actually an array. Dot value dot. Okay, now we can dot first dot device ID. We can set this presumably. Or is that read only? Has no setter. It's read only. Good question. I guess we would learn this at some point. Well, it's good. I need to learn this stuff sooner or later anyways. But yeah, I'm not sure how you'd get it to work with multiple devices. But the player input thing, I can... Like, the way that you did it seemed a lot more complicated than this. This seems relatively simple to me. In comparison. Okay, so we want it to do two things. The first is to detect interactables in range and send like an active thing to them so that they know to display the cursor. And then the second is to actually begin interacting with them on the thing being selected. We only want one potential interactable at a time, so I'm going to create a field for that. Excuse me. So we'll have base interactable, target interactable. I'm debating whether to have this as a property that I can set externally and have it like automatically handle stopping interacting with the previous one, or some other shenanigans. Well, let's see then. We'll try. See here, Unity C# multiple, or Unity C#. Input device. New input system. Alternate multiple controllers is probably the keywords. Yeah, here we go. Multiple controllers. Through input action system. Wow, what a what's the name for this type of guy? Like scum. I don't know. There's some meme name for him. I got it working, but I'm on vacation away from my computer. Just dangling the solution in front of them. Okay, let's see here. Oh, my shoulder is still killing me. Instantiate, blah, blah, blah. This seems like a big thing for it to be something people are having questions about. Input.gameplay.getDevice. Apply binding overrides on matching controls. Is this outdated stuff? I think this is outdated stuff. API is still clunky. Yeah, okay. So it used to have that functionality. I guess I'll put it in here so you guys can see. Let's see here. Player control, .gameplay.address. No, that's something else. This is from 2019. I think this is even now still in old versions. Input binder. Oh god, this is all so different. So here's that apply binding overrides on matching controls thing. Well, it's something I'll look into later. Yeah. Just discard it. In any case, we'll stick with the simple one that we have now, and I'll look into that other stuff later if necessary. So target interactable, we need to keep track of. We need a list to keep track of the colliders in range. Static read-only list collider in range equals new. And then var in range count equals physics.overlap sphere non-alloc transform.position interact range and in range. I guess it needs to be an array, not a list. How annoying. Equals new collider array of length 256, I guess. Okay, for var I equals 0, I is less than in range count, I plus plus. So this is just basically the same stuff as the AI thing, except for it's the player. So we're going to say var interactable equals in range I dot get component in parent base interactable. If not interactable, continue. Otherwise, we'll say base interactable intended interaction. Intended interaction equals interactable. I guess I need to initialize that with null. And then, so I need to do stuff to this intended interaction thing. Sending that begin interactive event, for example. I guess behind my head. There we go. That should be high enough, I think. If not, there we go. A little bit higher. And then I'm glad you liked them, Quackify. Hopefully, we'll produce some stupid enough shenanigans in attempting these things that we'll be able to create some like videos in the future here. We did have a I must go, my people need me moment earlier. Though it's not quite on the same tier as the Mario 64 stuff. Intended interaction dot I guess we'd say if not intended interaction, return. Otherwise, let's do some stuff. And the stuff we're going to do is... Okay, I really should just copy the stuff from the AI. Interacting AI. Yeah, I just should have copied all this stuff to begin with. Okay. Eh? No, we want base interactable here. And that's fine. Or wait. Base interactable, together interactable equals null. Do I even need this? Return interactable. Return interactable. Sometimes Rider's refactoring is a little too amazing. That's the phone and 5 push-ups. Rip, dude. All right, for tradition's sake, we will now do the 5 push-ups. All right, we have returned. Give 10, I don't know. Maybe with the super chat, I can increase the amount of times for the next time the phone rings. Stonks. I'm not sure I'm willing to do that many for now. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe Beat Saber has increased my endurance enough where I can do 10 per do. Let's see here. So return interactable. Okay. So it's basically the same thing. Get primary. What is all this? All right. Get primary interactor. Our target interactor equals that. Yeah, well, the issue is I don't get cell reception at my house. Like, if you open up a map, there's a hole right around my house. Not the neighbors' houses, just my house specifically, where I don't get reception on my mobile phone. Yeah, the slightest hiatus from YouTube. Just a little bit, like Sebas and Overlord when he's fighting Zero, just the slightest amount. But yeah, 5 years since Mario 64. Jesus. Washington State. Okie doke. Target interactor is that, and then I need to do something with it. Okay, how am I handling the object cursors right now? So right now, I think I'm just using event triggers. Event trigger on pointer enter object cursor dot set active. Okay, so I think I should create a new script. Something that at least has a reference to something that I can tag stuff with so that I can activate stuff. So this is going to be similar to the interactable script, but this is going to be specifically for highlighting interest. Yeah, let's just make like a highlightable. Public class highlightable mono behavior, and then it's going to have a public unity event on highlight on low lights. I don't know what the opposite of highlight is. And then public void highlight on highlight dot invoke public void low light on low light dot invoke. Okie doke. The first game I released was back in 2010. And that was called Spheric Roll. It was on a web portal like Woogly. That's not a published game. It was a roll a ball game, but it was pretty good if I do say so myself. Instead of jumping, you had anti-gravity, and that ended up I ended up recreating that as part of the one of the demo scenes in Crazy Control. But aside from that, no fully released games, I would say. I've been doing freelancing these this past year and a half, I guess. And aside from that, well, I don't know where the time went, to be honest. Soberlight? Is that a thing? All right, so the player interacting, we're going to... Okay, see if target interactor has a highlightable thing. Why is this? Okay. Target interactor dot get component highlightable. If target interactor or var highlightable equals that. I guess we need a state variable. So pool highlighted, public pool is highlighted. No, right or Y. Okay, yeah, it was just being stupid. Very cool. And I want to set highlighted equals true, and then highlighted equals false. I'm not going to worry about checking to see if it's already highlighted or any of that. And I'm also not going to worry. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about anything right now. We're just going to fly along. If highlightable. Okay, I do need to worry about some stuff. So highlightable last highlighted. If last highlighted is not equal to highlightable, if last highlighted dot low light. If highlightable to highlight, and then we do highlighted equals highlightable. If not, target interactor. I guess I need to say target interactor. No. I swear interactor is a word with an OR. Whatever, I'm adding it to the user dictionary. Also, quick venting here. So I have this great mic. It's the Yeti Blue something or another. It has a dial on the front you can use to mute or adjust the volume. But I don't know if you guys can see this. There's a light back here, right there. And this is what controls the pickup pattern for the mic. So whether it picks up stuff in front of it or in any direction. And for God knows what reason they put it on the back. I cannot conceive of a valid reason why you would ever stick the thing on the back of it. Like, in order to check it, I need to do this. Why? Why would you do that? Why not put it on the front next to the other dial? Doesn't make sense. Like, it's a really good mic. So I just can't conceive of why such an asinine design decision would be made. And apparently it was like that on one of their previous models as well. I don't understand. Okay, so we should have the ability to highlight things now, although the highlight ability doesn't do anything yet. So I'll add it to one of the prefabs. Yep, like you squeeze it to try to move it, and then you squeeze the button by accident because you can't see it. Well, I don't even think it's incompetence. There's got to be some level beyond that. Like, if you start at competent, head to incompetent, and then keep on going, where do you end up at? Like, the only reason I can conceive of is they thought it might look better, maybe. But it, I, it's not a device for looking. And in fact, if you guys are seeing the light constantly, it's more distracting for you guys, even though I'm not seeing it. Like, it does. It's fine. Everybody makes mistakes, right? Okay, let's see here. We have resource deposit. Um, uh, let's see here. How do I want to handle this? I could stick it on the object cursor itself. If that's the case, I can do find components in children highlightable and then highlight them all procedurally like that. That might make a bit more sense. So let me put a highlightable thing on here. I need to make sure to have it work for inactive objects though. And we'll say to highlight this, game object set active true, and then game object set active false. And the reason I don't just directly go through game object set active true. And the reason I don't just go through and manually activate or deactivate is because eventually I might want to add an exiting animation. And if I'm doing these things from here, then I can just change the way it works in the prefab and run another script. Whereas if I were to do it from code, then I'd have to start editing the code again and such. Okay, so we'll save that. Hop back to scene. Okay, what happens if I head over to those now? Nothing. Do I have a player interactor script on the character? Player interacting, I do. All right, let's check out the thing here. Target interactor equals that. Oh, I need to get component in children highlightable, and then I'm going to need to slightly redo these. Okay. Okay, I'm going to need two lists. One list is going to be the previous ones. I don't know. I probably don't have super chats enabled. How do I do that? As far as I know, I have all monetization options enabled, but I don't know how super chats actually work in that regard. Not that it makes much of a difference right now. Honestly, I don't even know how super chats work. I just have like next to zero experience streaming on YouTube. Oh, well, I don't know in that case. Oh, we'll see. It's likely that I'm going to go back to streaming on Twitch after this one. So I guess you can cheer once we go back to Twitch if that's what you want. But yeah. Twitch is just so much easier to set up. I think they have it's a much smoother streaming experience, in my opinion, for Twitch. So I want two lists. One is a list. Well, they're both lists of highlightables. All right, sick. There might also be a donate link on Twitch. Well, Twitch is a much better live streaming platform. However, I will make an effort to upload all of the streams that I do on Twitch that are game development related to YouTube. So I learned my lesson with the Mario 64 thing where I didn't go through and save all of them, and then I really wanted to do like reruns and such, but wasn't able to. So I'll definitely make sure to archive all my game dev streams. List highlightable, last active, current active. And the reason I'm making two lists is because I don't want to allocate garbage every frame. Although I think that get components in children does activate garbage incidentally. So maybe I'm on a fool's errand anyways. But I also want to make sure to get inactive objects. Dual stream on Twitch and YouTube. I can't do that due to Twitch's affiliate thing. I might need to look into the requirements. So I think there's something like a 24-hour grace period where live content needs 24 hours to settle before you can upload it on another platform. How do I feel about the GTA Definitive Edition trilogy? I've never played any GTA games. I do own GTA 5, but I've never played it. I have seen some funny things on the r/game physics subreddit of the GTA trilogy, such as steering your car back and forth repeatedly makes it longer and longer. And I cannot conceive of a way that they could make that happen on purpose, let alone on accident. So I also saw some stuff about the rain, like you can walk an inch over and then the rain suddenly stops. Yeah, just by wiggling your car back and forth as you're driving, it gets longer and longer over time. All right, so we're gonna say get components in children. We'll say current active highlights dot clear, and then current active highlights dot add range. Target indicator. No, I don't want lists for these. What am I thinking? Because I only want one ever to be active. So, yeah, last highlighted. So... Oh, what the heck am I doing? Wait. Okay. So I do need this. Highlightables equals that. And then, yeah, I do want to do this. Okay. I'm not as much of an idiot as I thought. Close, but not quite as big of an idiot. And then we'll say... Maybe I want to make this a hash set. Who am I kidding? It doesn't really matter. So we're going to say... So for each item that is in the last active ones that is not in the current ones, let's see here. Current active highlights dot clear. Current active highlights dot add range. Highlightables. Okay, and then that can throw a null reference exception. So I think I can do like IEnumerable, or can I just do like new? 0? No. Highlightable. Yeah, I can't conceive of how they managed to pull that off. And then apparently they delayed the trilogy's release on Switch. I can't imagine why. But yeah. Oh, I also saw some comparisons on like cars landing in water. It's like there's no splash in the definitive edition and such. Uh, so we're gonna say for each var item in. Okay, this is one thing that annoys me about Rider is it starts on the collection part when you auto create a for each loop, and that bothers the heck out of me. So we're gonna say last active highlights. Dot accept current active highlights. No, that's another phone ring. That's 5 more push-ups. Yeah, there's almost certainly some place that you can change it. That being said, I don't know that place. Item in that. I don't know if accept allocates garbage, but I don't care right now, so we're going to say item.lowlight. And then for each var item in. Oh my god. This is another thing. I actually reached out to Ryder about this, and they said, oh, yeah, we understand. We're probably working on something like that. It blocks your view of the code above when you're doing autocomplete. Almost always when you're writing code, you want to reference stuff that's above it. And yet that's always where it ends up blocking. Or maybe it'll change. Okay, now it does it below. But often I'm at the bottom of the screen, you know? And then it just sticks it up top. It's so annoying. It should, like, stick it off to the side or something. In currently active highlights dot accept last active highlights. That item dot highlight. And then last active highlights dot clear. Last active highlights dot add range current active highlights. Okay. What is that a spelling thing? Oh my god. I won't tell you what the code did, but let's say you can look it up yourself. Because of code that was accidentally kept in the game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm assuming it might have been more than just debug code then. Okay, let's see here. Do we see highlighted stuff? Kind of. Okay, well, it only highlights one. That's good. We're off to a good start. Yeah, I can dig it. I probably want to sort by the minimum distance, though. So I'm going to say, instead of return interactable here, I'm going to say var ret equal, or base interactable to interact with. I don't want to use like order by, so there's a limit. Okay, I'm lazy, but I'm not that lazy. I could just do interactables dot min by distance or whatever, but I want at least some semblance of optimization. So we're gonna say to interact with equals null, and then var min dist equals float dot max value, and then we're going to say return to interact with. And then right here, if, or we're going to say var distance equals vector3.distance between inter dot transform dot position transform dot position. We'll cache that here. Var pos equals transform dot position. And then if distance is less than minimum distance, min dist equals dist, and to interact with equals interactable. Okay, so now it should get the closest one if there isn't already an active interactable. Okay. Nice. Very good. That's another phone ring. Oh my god, I'm gonna get buff as heck. Need to take this one though. All right, 5 push-ups it is. Gotta get buff fast. All right, we have returned with an ever-increasing disheveled state of hair. I have a confession to make, guys. I'm doing push-ups on my knees. I am weak as heck. Although it's not nearly as much of a strain as it was before the Beat Saber thing. So maybe I should go back to doing push-ups on my feet. So the reason why I'd stopped doing push-ups for a time was actually due to wrist issues, where I couldn't place my hand flat like this because it would cause me wrist pain for the next couple of days. So I do them on my knuckles now. But it used to bother me, but now it doesn't really. So we'll start doing full push-ups. So you can actually see me sweating from a mere 5 push-ups whenever I come back from answering the phone. Yeah, it's the optimal appearance for my hair. It's perfect. Okay, so where were we? Oh, we've got so we can now determine which thing we want to interact with. At the moment, it's purely a visual highlight though, so we need to actually add a input here. So we'll say my input actions and say add a new one. This is called interact. We'll toggle on autosave, and then bindings, path. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done autosave. Are you gonna? Okay, cease. Disable autosave. Okay. Listen for E on the keyboard. Okay. Now save asset. Hold on. Why is there... Hold on. WASD, W... Oh! You need to enable it... No? I don't understand. Hold on. So I guess I need to say using keyboard and mouse? Is that how this needs to work? I think that's how that works. Okay. Now we save asset again and wait for it to recompile. How many of you have gotten over it? Show of hands in the chat. Okay, so now that we have that, I can say player interacting, my inputs enable, we can say inputs dot player dot interact plus equals handle interact pressed and generate that. Oh, not. Can I create a method? No? Why is it being... Oh wait, dot performed. Okay. Haven't bought the game, rip. It's such a good game though. Uh, for certain types of people. And we'll say, how do I want to handle this? I guess I can just do get primary interactor. Var interact with equals get primary interactor. Interact with dot begin interact game object. If interact with currently interacting with, oops, interact with dot end interact Or I guess it's if currently interacting with, then currently interacting with dot end interact with this. Otherwise, begin interacting with that. And we say currently interacting with equals that. Okay, some people are going to be a little triggered by this, but that's fine. Got to do everything we can to get it into one line of code, right? So you've chosen that. So I had originally tried joining the Nintendo Partners program. This was when Nintendo was really anal about, what you could post about Nintendo games on YouTube. Uh, and they disallowed my content from being used in the partnership program because they said it contained unauthorized modifications of Super Mario 64. And I was both annoyed and kind of, swelling with pride that they thought it was actually the original game. Okay, so we should be able to start and stop interacting with stuff. Perhaps. There is a rare chance, I think, that what you interact with might not be what is highlighted. It shouldn't happen under really any circumstances, though. Okay, so we move up here. No. Nothing's happening. Why is nothing happening? Handle interact, debug.log, yo dog. If you squint your face and tilt your eyes, it kind of looks like the game. That's the phone again! Fudge muffins everything, dude. I can't believe this. Okay, I didn't realize just how weak I was. I was only able to do 3 full push-ups. I had to do the rest on my knees. Oh my god. All right. We're gonna I guess I need to start training. Apparently stamina and strength are correlated but not directly proportional to each other. Oh. Because since playing Beat Saber, my stamina has gone up incredibly. Like I couldn't get through like 3 to 4 hard difficulties back to back, and now I can do some pretty intense stuff in Beat Saber. But when it comes to raw strength, I'm dead, dude. All right, let's see if Yo Dog pops up in play mode here. Yeah, we have Yo Dog popping up. Excellent. Oh, I guess okay, I'm not sure why this wouldn't work though. Gotta check on something, 1 second. So in addition to the exercising, though, recently I started eating a little bit better. I found out there's a Mongolian grill place nearby, and it's like the first time I've been eating vegetables in like 15 years or something. Because I discovered that soy sauce and hot oil actually make vegetables taste good, or at least cover over the bad taste. So Yo Dog pops up, but the actual interaction doesn't begin? Why would that be the case? So I can go over here. Oh, I don't have enough room in my inventory, I think. Yeah, okay, that was it. I just didn't have enough room in my inventory. Alright, perfect. Should probably add a different thing on there later. Okay, so now we can walk around and interact with stuff. I would like the mouse to be able to change which object we interact with, though. Although I feel like, for the time being, that might be more trouble than it's worth. So for now, I think I'm just going to say screw it. Yeah. So let's add in a bit of animations. So at the moment, what's the player's animator looking like? Also, before I forget, we'll do WASD controls. So I want the player to be able to move in any direction and then probably face the direction of the mouse, maybe. Or just the direction that they move in, and then if the mouse is moved, they turn in that direction. It seems kind of legit. So what I want to be able to do is like move them around with WASD and then click in a direction and have them attack in that direction. But let's get the animations in place first. So, I think I have a character animator script in here. Character animation manager. Needs a character movement from inputs. Okay, this uses the input. I could have saved myself a lot of trouble, couldn't I have? Yeah, I could have made this a lot easier on myself. Oh my god, clearly I didn't get enough sleep. Well, let's just make a unique player animation thing. So, player interacting will have a public class player and animations on behavior. Definitive Edition was built off the mobile version of the game. Interesting. I didn't know there was a mobile version of GTA. Do I want to do this as... Okay, you know what? Yeah, I already had all the behaviors I needed. I didn't need to make this player control thing. I'm just going to disable it for now, and then we need an input collector. Is there already an input collector? There is. I accidentally added that at some point. And then a character movement from inputs. Okay, what happens if I just use those? I need a new component to map the new input system to the input collector. But where is this? Current active highlights not clear. Oh. I don't know why that was working before. That shouldn't have worked. Okay, so I need a new script that hooks into the who am I kidding? There should just be a player inputs thing here. All right, if I do that. Okay, yeah, I can just walk around. So I didn't even need to write any code to get to the player to move around because I already had a script that does that. Okay, now my inventory's full. Should be able to get some water though. Hold on. Why is it not letting me interact with the water? Water? Okay, that's odd. Yeah, that's a bug in the script that I just wrote. Okay. So, I need currently interacting with to be null if all right, if target interactor is not equal to currently interacting with equals null. Does that fix it? So we were dealing with some like sync issues there between what was highlighted and what was being interacted with. Okay, yeah, it looks like that fixed it. So I should be able to go over here and gather some water and hydrogen. No? Okay, and then if I walk out of range, it's still gathering. Okay, I need to manually, if that is not equal to that, and currently interacting with okay, this is getting a little spaghetti. I could probably structure this a lot better. And interact with this game object. All right. So we can move around. Too much crap in my inventory again. I think there's a bug in the inventory, and that's what causes it to fill up constantly. Okay. Gathering the stuff. And then if I hit E again, it should stop. Perfect. I can go over here and gather. And then if I go away, it stops. All right. Perfect. I should probably have the +1 or whatever appear above the character's head instead of the thing specifically. Because as we saw, it like doubled up when the other dude was gathering from the same dealio. And maybe have him face the object that he's interacting with. But that's all stuff that I can take care of later. Apparently I've been streaming for less than 1 minute. Very cool, YouTube. Okie doke. Okay, so now we can move around. Maybe I should have him look in the direction of the mouse now. Okay, since I am using a custom... Oh, wait, hold the phone. I need to add a character animation thing. This is going to be on controllable character. Character animation manager. And we have speed, side speed, and forward speed. What do I have on this character specifically? Simple movement animator. Forward speed. Okay, that should be fine for now, just for the movement. Yeah, there we go. Nice, we can run. Speedy boy. Okay, I do want to remove a few parameters here to keep it from showing errors in the thing there. Okay. Perfect. So, now I want to be able to move my mouse around and use that to change the orientation of the player. So how do I go about doing that with a new input system? Okay, this is actually going to be more obnoxious than might be initially apparent. Or I could simplify it if I assume that the character is always at the center of the screen. Let's do a quick Cinemachine rig. I don't think I have Cinemachine installed. Let's see here, component. Cinemachine, okay, I do. Game object, camera, no, Cinemachine. What am I looking for? I'll just create a virtual camera. All right, VCam, body, transposer, I think is fine. All of this I think is highly unnecessary. Controllable character is going to be the follow and look at. Yeah, Cinemachine is kind of a standard at this point. Maybe I don't want to look at actually, because I want to be able to move it around, or rotate it separately. VM cam. Why is it not giving me the rotation thing? Okay. Beautiful. You know what? Let's just game object align with view. Control Shift F. Okay, what happens if I play? Okay, we want the body to not maintain offset. Lock to target on assign. How about world space? -10 and Z. 10 and Y. Is that what I'm looking for? Not quite. So one thing that always annoys me with Cinemachine is trying to set the orientation in edit mode here for like the starting direction of the thing. Like right now its position is locked and I have no idea why it's in this position specifically. Is it offsetting? Okay, it's offsetting in world Z. Okay, we'll stick it over there. How about now? Okay, I don't know why it's not following the character though. Why you do this? No, really. Why you know? Why you know move with character? Is the character not moving? Hold on. Oh, now it's moving. Hello? Why was it doing that? Okay, now it decides to move. We had some quantum shenanigans going on there. It didn't work until I opened up the scene view to actually look at what it was doing. Oh no, it actually, yeah, there's some quantum shenanigans going on. Very cool. And as soon as I open up the scene view, now it works. Excellent. Why is the character gone? Oh, is the character just never visible in the scene view? Is that what's happening here? Hold on. We are encountering... Okay, yes, the character is not visible in the scene view. What is going on? Their default seems, or their layer seems correct. Okay, there's some top tier Unity shenanigans going on right now. I love it. So the character won't move unless the scene view is open, and the character is not visible in the scene view. Very good. God, this can be so frustrating sometimes. Most of the time. All right, we're just gonna have an aim at, just to make sure. Schrodinger's character, yep. We'll stick the character in the look at thing. Okay, we can now see the character. Okay, this is... God, this is so weird. All right, let's move it back a decent amount. Or maybe not that... Okay, this right here. Does this ever happen to you guys? So with me, basically every program that has mouse wrapping, like you move it to one side of the screen and it wraps around, like Unity and Blender, it's just always been borked for me. Half the time when doing it, it'll just not work. Although this looks more like a Cinemachine thing, maybe. Or no, this is... Okay, this is just Unity stupidity. Okay, good to know. But in Blender specifically, it doesn't work properly. So half the time, once when doing a wrapping operation, it will jump. But it doesn't happen all the time, and only happens once per operation at most. This kind of layout kind of has a charm to it. Like those old, old Resident Evils, I guess. Like everything seems very fixed. There's no, noise in the movement, so it kind of just looks like it's a 2D image. I do want the player to move faster, though. That is very obnoxious how slow he's moving. Really? That's 5 meters per second? That seems a lot lower than 5 meters. Let's try 10. Oh, he just has low acceleration, I think. Acceleration 20. Nice. Some modern gameplay with that perspective. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen any games that have that perspective. I don't think it's quite applicable for this game. Maybe I'll run it by our designer. Okay, so we now have WASD. So if they're at the center of the screen, we can simplify our aiming of the character considerably. So at the moment, there is an aim button for the character. Hold on, how does this work right now? Null reference exception. Okay, that's not related to that script. Something else. So I should be able to say, how do I want to do this? Okay, I think I'll just make a separate script for this. So the plan is going to be to create a virtual plane based on the position of the player, raycast from the camera to that point on the plane, and then that's the direction that the player will look. So we'll say public class look at mouse. I cannot type. Okay, void update. So we'll create that plane. Why am I sucking at pressing buttons? I press buttons for a living. Var plane equals new plane. Var ray equals. All right, we'll say camera.main.viewport point to ray. Or I guess we want screen point to ray. Screen point to ray, input.mouse position. I'm using the classic input system, and you can't convince me to do otherwise. And then var hit distance equals plane.raycast. Ray, or I guess I need to do out var distance. If not, plane.raycast, that return. Otherwise, var hit point equals ray.getPoint distance. And then do transform.rotation equals quat.look rotation. Hit point minus transform dot position. I'm going to add some more complicated logic to this later, but this will do for now. Dot normalized. That by itself should be enough for preliminary behavior. I should probably stick the script on the player, huh? Also, I'd like to look up why it's taking so long to enter play mode. So long. I'm so freaking spoiled now with domainless play mode. Look at mouse. I guess I need to actually make the plane based on the player's position. Plane equals that of transform dot position. Vector 3 dot up. In normal endpoint. Okay. Well, I don't think it's the domain reload that's causing the increased time. It's something that's happening aside from that. As a matter of fact, I'll test that out now. 185 milliseconds timeline. Dialog. Oh no, it's the dialog system. It's something that I don't have any control over. Fudge muffins everything, dude. Yeah, 110 milliseconds due to the dialog system. Maybe I'll look into their code and see if I can't switch that up a bit. That's so frustrating. It's not my fault. Okay, unpause. Hey. You all know what music needs to play. Deja vu. Should definitely add a strafing animation of some kind, though. Blame Lua, yep. You know what? Deep profile. Screw it. We're figuring out what the deal is. All right, entering play mode. Okie doke. What is your major malfunction? Oh, wait, hold on. There is an additional thing that I can actually have an effect on. Looks like the inventory saver is actually, okay, insert possible. That's something I have control over. But that's still nothing compared to the dialog system, which is using like 10 times the amount. Preload resources. Sequencer.preload. Dot starts with 48,285 instances, accounting for 343 milliseconds. Okay, well, let's make a note of that so I can look into what they could why starts with is doing something. Starts with takes I don't know, tons of time. I was trying to come up with a joke, but I couldn't come up with it. Something Clint Stevens speedrun. On game start. Hey, Stevie Bellard, decided to stream. Well, you have a good time too. The good old dot starts with in a loop. It starts with a string. Compare info dot starts with. Yeah, I'll take a look at that later. There's almost certainly something I can do to cut down on that. All right, let's turn off deep profile before. Oh wait, hold on. Disable deep profile. Okay. It looks like if you're in play mode and try and toggle deep profile, it now warns you before breaking literally everything. What a nice guy. Okay, so we'll just have to eat the extremely long 150 millisecond wait time on entering play mode for now. Okay. And we can drift. That looks good. So I want to activate and deactivate the look at mouse position script based on some criteria. Might have been dot ends with, huh? So is that a string function then? 150 millisecond wait. It's more than 150 milliseconds though, in my defense. So start. Okay, maybe it's in the ballpark, but still. Okay, so what are the criteria that I want it to activate on? If the mouse has moved recently, so we'll store the previous mouse position. Void last mouse, not void. Vector 2 last mouse pause. Varchar mouse pause equals input mouse position. Last mouse pause equals cur mouse pause. Cur mouse pause. I'll move that down there. If vector 3 dot distance cur mouse pause last mouse pause less than or equal to, we'll say 1f. Return. Yeah, string function. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that and see what they need starts with for 48,000 times when I have next to zero dialogue in the entire thing. Okay, so now I can run around, and then if I move the mouse, I'll look in the direction that... okay, this spawn character button is starting to get on my nerves. Where did I... There should be a button somewhere, debug UI. Okay, we'll stick it at the top of the screen. Okay, there we go. So it'll run in the direction I press, but then if I move the mouse, looks at the direction and just moon slides. It's a combination of a moonwalk and a drift. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now I want some attacking functionality or something. But before this annoys me too much, let me get rid of this debug. Okay, do I have a sword animation or something in the project? Sword. Okay, we have some animations for the pirate. Oh my lord. What am I looking at here? This is a combination of all of the characters in the in the low poly animated people pack. Incredible. Okay, so that's the it says draw sword on the thing. Hold on. Do we have a all right, smarter filtering. T animation. That's another phone call. That's 5 more push-ups, fudge muffins, everything, dude. This rate, I'm gonna end up being like Saitama for sure. All right. So we have draw sword. That's okay. So that's all the animations in the project. Let's see if there's an attack. Cat attack, coyote attack. I really need to go through each of these. Lions, boars, buffalo, Colombian mammoth. Not quite a sword swing, huh? This could work, maybe. Level 1 sword wielder. Very good question. The phone normally doesn't rig this much. It's basically only when I'm streaming. There's some decision tree in my life's code that is if streaming, then probability of phone call plus equals 0.9. Okay, so we could use the zombie attack, but let's see if there's a pirate or something. Pirate stab, okay. Slash. Okay, we got some unwanted root motion on that. I'll keep the stab for now. Murphy's Law of phone calls. Okay, animator. So let's add in an attack state. And then this is going to have stabby stab. Okay, I said attack. And then we want a new trigger parameter. Attack underscore T for trigger. Condition is not has exit time. Attack T. And then the exit time for this one. It might be, I probably want to separate this into other layers at some point. And then have an empty state with outright defaults, and then so I need some side steps and such so that they can look in some direction and then go the other. Hold on one second. All right, I'm back. so right now we're just going to deal with the janky animations, but I do want an attack input to go to that. To that end, we need another script, I think. I can use... Actually, how long have I been streaming? We can go longer. Actually, 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh no, I pressed the... Okay, I've returned. All right, so, hold on, I think I borked the volume balance. All right, where was I? We want to be able to stab on clicking, so let's make a new script for that. Or I guess I want to use the input collector thing. I really should make a generic new input system to input collector adapter. So the input collector was the component in the poly war pack, low poly war pack, excuse me. It used the classic input system, but I added in some stuff so that it kind of behaved like the new input system, where you could register, an event. Well, I guess I can demonstrate that. So, player interacting. If I wanted to make this use the input collector instead, say var collector equals get component input collector, and then collector dot buttons inputs dot interact dot on activate plus equals do things. So it's kind of similar to the input system, but at the moment it is fed from a player inputs thing. So it just sets these things right here. But this is using the old input system, as you can see from here. So instead I should use the new input system here. But I will just make a note to do that later. Create adapter for input collector for new input system. All right. Okay, so I don't want to bother with that quite yet. But we do have several things. We should have a shoot. Yeah. Okay, I'll say on shoot. Well, maybe I will use these. So we'll say on inputs.shoot to on activate handle shoot. And then this is just going to get the animator in children, get component in children. I just want to make this quick and dirty just to make sure that it works. Dot set trigger attack trigger. Let's see if that works. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. I guess it's because I don't have shoot set up in the project settings. So input manager, axes, we'll duplicate fire 1. Call it shoot. Or do we already have a shoot somewhere? We already do have a shoot. Delete array element. Okay. So why is shoot not work? Mouse 0. All right, maybe this thing isn't working how I think it's supposed to work. Debug.log shoot. Nope, just null reference exceptions as far as the eye can see. All right, maybe I do want to just use the new input system. So, what is it called? Let me X out of the thing here. Assets, my inputs, fire. So, we will do, remove that. And we'll say inputs.player.fire.performed plus equals handle shoot. Okie doke. X out of that. All right, nice. We can stab now, but do need multiple layers so that he stops drifting as he attacks. All right, so let's add a new layer. Animator, layers, arms, and then we need a mask, upper body mask, upper body. We'll see how that one looks. What does it look like? Okay, that should be fine. And then just an empty state, nothing. And then attack. We want no right defaults, and yeah, that should be fine. Make transition back. No has exit time. Attack. And yeah, I think that's good. Once we add in stab. Stabu dorifuto. Dorift. There we go. Dorifto. Okie doke. And now let me mute that. Let's see if we can move and stab. Null reference exception. That null reference exception is not related. Arms. Okay, does this have no weight on it? Oh. He's running around playing airplane. I love it. Okay, how do we get this to not uh like right defaults is off? Why is this still overwriting stuff even though right defaults is off? Do I need to like actually create an empty animation or something? Okay, so I definitely need to have some integration between this and the movement logic. Um, as or this and the mouse movement logic, because right now, if I move the mouse, he snaps to it and then turns back to his direction. But I want him to keep that orientation if he's in the middle of stabbing. Uh, but I'm not sure if I want this to be a function of the state machine itself or if it should be something else. And I'm not even sure if I want to do this with separate scripts as I am right now. Maybe I want to instead do it with a visual scripting state machine. That's probably not necessary. I can't imagine I'm going to be doing too much in the way of advanced state maneuvers. I'm probably just going to have a simple, 1, 2, 3 stab combo or something at some point. Um, but yeah, why isn't right defaults working how I expect it to? That is the question. Unity right defaults empty state. Right defaults empty state, baffling results. If right defaults is checked. Wait. Hold on, let me open my chat back up again. So if I enable right defaults, then does it work? What? Hold on. Isn't that backward? He's right, that is backwards. Hold on. What is the response to this? Okay, other people. Right defaults confusion bug. When you play a state with right defaults that doesn't animate a value, the default values. Okay. When the animator is initialized, we go through all clips in the current animator controller, collect all of the animated values of all the clips. It also collects the current value from the scene of all of those and saves this as the default value. When you play a state with right defaults that doesn't animate a value, the default value is written. That's still, that feels backwards to me. Like it shouldn't write anything. Maybe I'm thinking of it the wrong way. In any case, it works out, or it doesn't work? Wait, no. Okay, gotta put the weight on it. Okay, yeah, now it works. Very good. Okay, that's an awfully named parameter. Okay, so what else? I guess we could add a state machine behavior that sets something on the character to lock orientation or something. And then if lock orientation is enabled, then it doesn't do a thing. I'm getting flashbacks to trying to do state machine stuff pre-crazy control, though, because state machine behaviors. So the original crazy control functioned on state machine behaviors. So you do like, oh, in this add a move, behavior or whatever. Uh, but the way it's handled in Mechanim is, what's the word? Asinine. Um, so if you create a substate machine like this and put a state machine behavior on it, you would think that it applies to everything within that substate machine. What was the first game you ever played? I believe it was Lion King on the SNES. And then you would think that it just affects everything within that, but that's not actually how it works. Instead, what it does is it silently adds an instance of this state machine behavior to every state that is a child of it. So you would expect that the way it works is like, okay, if if my behavior says on state enter, do this, and then you put it on the substate machine, that it will, if you have like an idle and a running within that substate machine, that it will activate once as soon as it enters that grounded substate machine. But instead, what happens is every single time it transitions within that substate machine, like from idle to running and then back again, it'll fire the on entered event. It's so stupid, and I had to do some huge shenanigans to get around with this with crazy control. Um, like creating copies of hashes and stuff for every instance, and then it would compare its current state hash against the stack of hashes that are in the current active set or whatever. It was really stupid. So I kind of want to avoid using state machine behaviors because of stupidity like that. In addition, state machine behaviors also couple the behavior to the animation, and I don't know if I want to do that because that can open up additional shenanigans later on. It is the easiest route forward at this point, but I do think it would be a better course of action to have a more robust state machine. And to that end, I might go for using Bolt. Bolt has a generic state machine that, at least from my experiments, seems to work decently. There is some shenanigans with the any state component where you can have multiple agents within a single instance of the state machine. However, knowing that that's how that happens, it can be avoided. So I think that's what I'm going to do next stream. Is I will start up with a bolt state machine, and we can use that to determine what state the character is in, and then drive the animations based on the bolt state machine. I'm not quite sure how those interact yet, but I think that'll be a cool way to handle it on the next stream. But that'll be it for this stream for today. I'm pretty sure I'm going to stream on Twitch next time instead. If there's anybody here that watches mostly on YouTube and probably wouldn't get a notification if it was on Twitch, I do have a Twitter at Legend of Link with a Q, same as my YouTube name, and I'll make sure to announce it on there when I am going live, if I do indeed stream on Twitch. And then afterwards, I will make sure that it gets archived here on YouTube. But that'll be it for the stream for today. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and until next time.